Hare Krishna, Gurudev.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Krishna,
Start the audio. Audio. Well, I'm asking them to start. They start from their side. Yesterday we are not connected from our side.
Chaitanya Bhagavat, Antya-lila chapter 5, Antya-kanda, Vrindavan Thakur. We're in Panihati Gram, in the home of Raghava Pandit and Damayanti, and Lord Nityananda is traveling with a party of 6 members to preach the glories of the Lord. And they had some amazing pastimes of flowers and lime trees giving Kadamba garlands on the request of Nityananda. And then Nityananda blessed everyone. He said, listen, Gauranga has come all the way from Nilachal to see all of you dance. Hey teke tomara sarva karya parihari, niravari Krishna gao apana pasari. Now, you should give up all other engagements and absorb yourselves in constantly glorifying Sri Krishna's Nam, Rup, Gun and Leela. Niravari Sri Krishna Chaitanya Chandra Jasha Sabara Sharira Purna Hao Premaras. Nitai said, may all of you become filled with the mellows of ecstatic love by constantly glorifying Sri Krishna Chaitanya Chandra. Heta Kahi Haribali Karaye Hankar Sarvadike Prema Dristi Karila Vistar. After giving these instructions, Nityananda loudly chanted the name of Hari. And then Nitai cast his love-filled glance in all directions. So hopefully his glance is still going on. And he'll glance our way. Because we're in one of the directions. Maybe upside down direction, but we're trying to get right side up. Nityananda Sarupera Prema Drishti Pat Sabara Haila Atma Vismriti Dehite. By the love-filled glance of Nityananda Sarup, everyone forgot themselves. This love that's what happens. People fall in love, they forget everything. And there's a beautiful purport by Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur. Just a glance at Nitai and everyone forgot the external world. Unless one forgets about the external world, there's no possibility of approaching the beauty of transcendental service. Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati is making a good point. We have to forget the world. Be in the world, but not of the world. Lord Jesus said that. Be in the world, but not of the world means that you forget it. You're moving in the world, but you're not part of it. So this is Krishna's mercy on a devotee. He gives forgetfulness if we want it, or He gives remembrance if we want it. If we want to remember Maya and forget Krishna, He gives that. If we want to remember Krishna and forget Maya, He gives that. Sarvasya Chaham Vishnu. Matasmatir Gyanam Pavanam Shavidesh Chasavarahami Vivedyo Vedanta Krit Vivedevacham. So we have the beauty of transcendental service. If we're still captivated and still absorbed in memories of Maya, memory lane, they have these songs, going down memory lane. This is what our minds do. They take us down memory lane, which means Maya's lane. And we have to forget those streets and byways of our mind which are filled with material impressions. And when we actually forget it, how can we forget something so impressionable as material existence? Material existence is like a tattoo. It's like a carving. If you take a piece of marble and carve it, then you can't take off that carving. You can't rub it off. It's carved in stone. Das Goswami's devotional practices were like lines carved in stone. Irremovable, and you can't move them. You chip away a line in a stone with a chisel, that line will stay there forever, at least as long as the stone is existing. So his principles are like that. So our material experiences and impressions are like etchings. And I would like to say a nice analogy is, I don't know if you've ever seen, but in stylish restaurants and homes and temples, they take glass and they etch the glass. They cut it in such a way, or they can make designs. There's a very beautiful temple etching windows down by Sito Chai, just after Sito Chai in Vrindavan. On the right hand side there's a Ram Mandir. It's called Balaji Guest House. And people stay there. And the backside is Balaji, right on the roadside, that main road into Loy Bazaar from ISKCON. You go up the steps and there's a Sita Ram temple there, maybe Radha Krishna too. Mostly Ram. And they have big glass windows, and they're all etched with the Leelas of Krishna, Makanchur, and it's just glass and you can see through it and light comes through with etching. So the glass is there and you can see through it, but then the etching is there. So you also see the etching on the glass. They're inseparable. So I think this is a very nice analogy to describe Chitta. Chitta means the consciousness, that actually is a layer. It's considered in the Bhagavatam, one place in third canto, it says that Chitta is the ninth covering. We usually say there's eight coverings: earth, water, fire, air, ether, mind, intelligence, and ego. Man, buddhi, hankar, but then above hankar is something called chitta. Chitta is actually a substance. It's the thin layer of, they sometimes say consciousness. It's another aspect, the second aspect of intelligence. Sometimes it's thought of, but chitta is separate. So Chaito Dharvana Marjana means cleanse that. And in the chitta are all our samskaras, which are the operating software for the other eight ashta prakriti. Our ego can only act on the basis of our samskaras, acquired or inherited. So the hankara and intelligence and mind, they're subservient to the chitta. So therefore Lord Chaitanya says, clean the chitta first. Chaito Dharvana Marjanam. And beyond the chitta is the Atma. Atma, chitta, hankar, buddhi, man, indriya, and then kalevaram, or external body, and the senses, indriya. So the etching is here, the analogy is that chitta is like the glass, and the etching is like all the samskaras. And so you can't see too clearly. Beyond the glass, there's the outside. So beyond the clear consciousness, you see the pure Atma with his own Sarup, Atma Sarup, individual Sarup and individual Stairati, Anu Chit, Anu Anand, a minuscule amount of bliss, eternal existence in the background of minute bliss and individual identity. Satchit Anand. So we have to forget all those etchings have to be somehow removed from our consciousness. Very difficult. So to forget those etchings It's very difficult to forget all the material impressions and experiences and people we've seen and met and had and held and left and lost. They're all various etchings on our consciousness, very strongly carved. But it's a miraculous process that chanting Hare Krishna produces new glass. It produces clear glass panes, and we replace the etched glass. And that's memory. Krishna gives us the memory, so then we forget all those carvings and all those etchings, and then the clear glass manifests by the mercy of the Lord. Shuna Shuna Are Bhai Nityananda Shakti Jai Rupe Dilena Sarva Jagatere Bhakti. Vrindavan Das Thakur he's calling us his brothers. So we've been accepted in the family of Vrindavan Das Thakur. That's nice, because he's Vedavyas, and we're in a nice family. If we're brothers, I guess our nephew is Shukadev Goswami. If we're brothers with Vyasadeva, Vyasadev's son is Shukadev, so that means Shukadev is our nephew. Is that right? So Vrindavan Das Thakur, who is Vedavyas, is telling us, oh bhai, shuno, are bhai. Hey brothers. And that includes sisters also. But it's brotherly emphasis here. Oh brothers, hear about the power of Nityananda Shakti, and how he distributed devotional service throughout the world. Jai Bhakti Gopika Gan, Kahe Bhagavat, Nityananda Haite Taha Paila Jagat. The Gopika Gan Bhagavate. The devotion of the Gopikas of Braj is described in the Srimad Bhagavatam. That was awarded to the people of the world by Nityananda. Oh, this is another extraordinary point here. Beautiful. It says, listen brothers, you know what Nityananda Shakti is? Well, Dilena Sarva Jagat Bhakti. That Bhakti is being distributed Sarva Jagat. Jagatere. Jagat means this planet, means this universe. Like we say Jagat Guru, that doesn't mean the Guru is flying all over the universe. It means he's flying all over the planet. So he's Jagat Guru. So Jagat means this planet Earth, and also means the entire universe. Keshavadrita, Jai Jagadish, Jai Jagadish, Hari Jagadish. So Nityananda Shakti, that's what's doing it throughout the entire world. So we mentioned in a previous class how Prabhupada was considered to be Nityananda Shakti, Nityananda Vesh. Vesh means Shakti Avesh. Nityananda Shakti Avesh. This was obvious that he did spread Krishna consciousness all over the world. How? Because he was carrying Nityananda Shakti. Well, what is that? What is the speciality of Nityananda Shakti? What is it? It's the power of creation, or the power of maintenance, or power of knowledge, or arts, kala Shakti, or time. What is it? So then Damodar Thakur, he says that, what did he give? He gave Gopika Bhakti, Gopigan Bhakti, their Bhakti. What? So Nityananda is a Nangamanjari. Nangamanjari is the younger sister of Radharani. So she wants to give devotion to Radha Govinda, Yugal. So Nityananda is doing that, devotion to Radha Madhav. So Prabhupada took Nityananda Shakti to America, and then he introduced devotion, Gopika Bhakti. Jai Radha Madhava Kunja Vihari. Gopi Jana Vallabha Giri Haridhari. He says that this Krishna Giridhari, he's the Gopi Jana Vallabha. He's in love with the gopis. He's relishing Gopika Prem, Braja Gopika Prem. And Prabhupada distributed everywhere. Everyone take this. This is the Prayojan. Radha Madhava Kunja Vihari. Gopi Jana Vallabha Giri Haridhari. That Krishna and the Kunjas, Prabhupada once in one tape, he said, Krishna spends his whole day and night, he's simply trying to enjoy with Radharani in the bushes of Vrindavan. Bushes. He says bushes. Long, U becomes O, bushes of Vrindavan. That's a fact. Nitya Lila Pravishta. So he was giving the 10th canto. Nityananda was distributing the 10th canto of the Bhagavatam. The Rasa Leela. So we are followers, we are recipients of Nityananda's mercy and Shakti in the form of Prabhupada's ISKCON movement. So ISKCON movement means Nityananda Shakti. ISKCON movement means Gopika Bhakti. ISKCON movement means Rasa Panchadaya. ISKCON movement means the 10th canto of the Bhagavatam. And in Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, Rupa Goswami explains, or rather Jiva in his commentary, when Rupa Goswami is talking about the Panchanga Bhakti, the 5 limbs of Bhakti, one of them is Bhagavat Shravan, Rasik Bhakti Sahasanga. They want you to hear the Srimad Bhagavatam in the association of Rasik Bhakta, a devotee who is steeped in devotional mellows of Vrindavan, the Madhurya Rasa and the Sakya Rasa and the Salya Rasa, the Nitya Parishads of Radha Gopinath and Vrindavan. Then Jiva Goswami, as requested by Rupa Goswami, he gives a tika and said, Rupa's intending here when he says Bhagavat Shravan, that we should hear the Srimad Bhagavatam, Nityam Bhagavata Sevya, Bhagavat Yutamashloke, Bhakti Bhavdineshki. He said we should hear the Bhagavatam, but what Rupa intends to say is, especially the 10th canto of the Bhagavatam. So the Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu was telling us that we should especially hear the 10th canto of Bhagavatam. Why? Because it's Panchanga Bhakti. Panchanga Bhakti are the most powerful and attractive and sweetest limbs of the devotional perfection. So this Nityananda, our movement is based on the 10th canto of Bhagavatam. Way before the Bhagavatam came out, the 10th canto came out. 1969, it came out as Krishna book. At that time there was first canto and Krishna book. Haribol. So Nityananda and Prabhupada are in one in heart, one in mind. Nityananda Vasiya Achena Singhasan Samoke Karaya Nritya Parisharagan. So remember, Nityananda had climbed up on the Singhasan in Raghava Pandit's house, and everyone was doing Abhishek and chanting and dancing, and he's still sitting there, preaching from there, sitting on the Singhasan, receiving Abhishek, and then being dressed in new cloth, brand new cloth he was dressed in, offered some bhoga. And he's continuing to sit there, and he's giving instructions and shiksha there, and now he's still there. And now all his parishads, Nitya Parishadgan, all of his parishads are dancing in front of him, like Purandara Pandit and Raghunath Vaidya and Gadadhar Das and Ram Das and Krishna Das and Parameshwari Das. And these are the devotees that were traveling with him and were associating with him and dancing in front of him. They became really ecstatic. I mean, the devotees went a little wild. So it's not unusual for devotees to go wild. Just don't get in their way when they go wild. Keha Gya Brikshara Upara Dhale Chade Pate Pate Vidhai Tatapi Nahi Pade. One of the devotees climbed out on the branch of a tree, Briksha Upar Dhale, and he walked on the leaves, yet he did not fall. Now that makes Jesus look like small time. Jesus walked on water and didn't get wet. The bottom of his feet got wet, that's all. Maybe he didn't even touch the water. Can't say. But now they're walking on, standing on the leaves and not falling. So that's called the effect of Nityananda, not the Shesh. They definitely have absorbed Nityananda Shakti. Because Nityananda Shakti means the power of Ananta Shesh. Ananta Shesh holds the entire universe up on his head. And no one's going anywhere. Or falling through his head. The universe isn't cracking through his head because it's too heavy. So if you're remembering Nityananda and you're trying to entertain him or please him, or you're intoxicated by serving him, Sevananda, Nityananda Sevananda, and dancing for his pleasure and admiring his sweet beauty and trying to absorb and meditate and follow his important instructions, and all that ulas of devotion, if one runs up to the top of a tree and starts dancing on the leaves, then he won't fall because another shesh is underneath each leaf. There's a similar story from Ramayana, one of the South Indian Ramayans. Some of the Rakshasas that were accompanying Vibhishana, they wanted to return to his secretaries wanted to go back to Sri Lanka. So then he took a leaf, he took an Ashok leaf, and he wrote on that leaf, Ram, R-A-M, Ram. And he tied that leaf around a rock. That was some string or whatever. And he said, hold it, and he told the Rakshasas, hold this rock in your hand, and you can go across the ocean. We came on a bridge of rocks, so this is one rock, it'll do the same thing. Believe me, have faith. Just have faith in this rock and have faith in me. So maybe it's a Govardhan Shiva, I don't know. So just have faith in this rock and me, and you'll cross the ocean of material existence. So have faith in Guru and Giriraj, and Gauranga, and Goswamis, and Gandharvika, and Govinda, and surely you'll very soon cross the ocean of birth and death. So the Rakshas was moving right across the ocean. It was all opening up, and the Red Sea parted, and everything was like Jesus. And then he got halfway through, and he thought, "What is this rock? What is this rock? What is this rock? You know, I'm just holding it." He said, "Just keep this rock in my hand." So I'm holding this rock. So then some doubts came up. Oh, I don't know. Is my guru a pure devotee or not? Or is he going to bloop tomorrow? Or this or that. So many doubts come up. So then he said, "Let me see what's this leaf wrapped around this rock? What is this thing?" So then he opened the leaf, and it said on the leaf wrapped around that rock, it said R, A, long A, Ah, then M, Ram. He said, "Oh, what is this? Some stupid leaf with the name Rama. Ah, that's ridiculous." And he threw it in the water. As soon as he did that, then the water just surrounded everywhere around him. It became 100 feet deep, and bump, 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 bump. And then that Rakshas, he drowned. Because his leaf didn't hold him up in the water, because he lost his faith. He didn't have faith in Ram. So the devotees of Nityananda, they had complete faith. Sudrida Vishwas. Sudrida Vishwas. Very firm and staunch faith, unbreakable faith, unswerving, unwavering, unbreakable faith. So they didn't fall off the tree branch, nor the leaves they were standing on. Keha prema suke honkara kariya vriksharu pari taki pari lampantiya. Another chap, another Parishad was in the top of the tree. He roared loudly in ecstatic love, "Whoa!" And he jumped down from the top of the tree. Boom! Ah, Nitai! So they're really going, so what's happening here? It sounds talking about monkeys and Ram Leela. It sounds like, these sound like the monkeys of Ram. And Nitai, they must be seeing Nitai as Lakshman. And Lakshman's the younger brother of Ram. And Ram and Sugriva and Hanuman, they went over and defeated Ravan, and the monkeys are jumping all over the place in celebration afterwards. The monkeys like to jump all around, jump off trees and this, that. So someone's roaring loudly and jumping. Kaya va hunkara kare vrikshamula dari upadiya fele vrikshabali hari hari. Someone roared loudly and grabbed the root of the tree, and then he uprooted it while chanting in the name Hari Hari, and he ripped up the root of the tree. So they're really a monkey bhav, Bandor bhav. It sounds like Hanuman. They've been invested with all the power of Shakti Avesh. If you have Nityananda Shakti Avesh, it means you have all the power of God. So Prabhupada had Nityananda Shakti Avesh, so he had all the power of God. He made the impossible possible. Just look in the mirror. If you want to see an example of impossibility becoming possibility, look in the mirror, go in the bathroom. Anyone who's listening, go in the bathroom, look in the mirror and say, "Wow, Prabhupada made the impossible possible. There's tangible proof right in my mirror." Cheto Dharpada Marjanam. Kayava Guvaka Vane Jaya Radda Diya Gacha Pancha Sattaguya Ekatra Kariya. Someone ran into a betel nut forest. He grabbed 5 or 7 trees and he uprooted them all together. Ha! these guys are fired up. I don't think the back to nature people would appreciate it too much. Destroying all these trees like some kind of, they're not planting trees, they're ripping them up. Hene se dehete janme jatche prema bal, trina prai upadiya felaya sakal. That devotee's body was filled with such powerful ecstatic love, prema bal, that he uprooted those trees as if they were blades of grass, trina praya. So that's an amazing phenomenon, that love is, bhakti and pure bhakti is so powerful, you even get tremendous physical strength. We hear about Madhvacharya in the life and teachings of Madhvacharya. Madhvacharya was a pure devotee of the Lord Vishnu, Vaikuntha. And he, let's say Krishna, I guess you could say Krishna, Vaikuntha Krishna. He worshipped Uddhavi Krishna. And Dasyarati, Shantarati, Dasyarati. And he had the power, he could lift whole trees. There was also another devotee like that in the Gaur Leela, forget his name just now. He lifted a big tree and played a flute. I forget. 10 men couldn't lift a tree, he lifted the whole tree. So Madhvacharya, once some tiger attacked him, he picked up the tiger and threw it 3 miles away or something. He's very strong. Once some dacoits, about 50 dacoits, attacked him because he had a lot of gold. People had given him a lot of gold and he was walking down by himself. 50 dacoits attacked him and he beat them all up like Bruce Lee or something. Much better, I think so. So this is the power. So much power, powerful ecstatic love. He uprooted the trees that they're blades of grass. Everyone is getting absorbed here in Nityananda's ecstatic love, except us. That's the question. We're reading about all these other fortunate souls, but somehow we're still waiting for our turn to come up. Ashrukampa stamba karma pulaka hunkar, swarna banga vaivarnya garjana simhasar, Shri Ananda morchadi jata prema bhav, bhagavate kahe jata Krishna anurag, sambara sharire purna haila sakal, hena nityananda sarupera prema balla. Nityananda Sarup's ecstatic love was so powerful that everyone became filled with the transformations of ecstatic love for Krishna described in the Bhagavatam. Bhagavat Kahe Krishna Anurag, such as crying, shivering, being stunned, perspiring, hair standing on end, shouting loudly, voice choking, turning pale, thundering, roaring like a lion, and falling unconscious in ecstasy. Jai Dike Dekena Nityananda Mahashai, Se Dike Mahaprema Bhakti Brishtihai. There was an intense shower of ecstatic devotional love. In whatever glance Nityananda, in whatever direction Nityananda cast his glance. Don't forget us. Nityananda's Leela is eternal, and he's glancing in all directions, so directions go on and on. They're infinite directions. Space is infinite. Space-time continuum, the subject of physics. So Nityananda has left his prakat, this Bhumi, Earth planet, his prakat Leela is aprakat. He's gone to another planet, another universe. So another Earth planet, his Leela's going on there. So hopefully he's dancing there, Panihati, and he's also glancing. His Prema Dristi, Prema Bal, Prema Bhakti Brishtihaya, Mahaprem, this intense ecstatic love. He'll glance from there to here, and we'll receive that glance. Jahare Kachahena Sei Prema Murchapai, Vastrana Sambari Bhume Pari Gari Jai. Whoever Nitai looked at lost consciousness in ecstatic love and rolled on the ground forgetting his cloth. Nityananda Sarupere Dhari Bari Dhai Hase Nityananda Prabhu Vasya Katai. Someone tried to catch hold of Nityananda Swarup's feet. Nityananda Prabhu sat on the throne and smiled to sing a song. Jata Parishara Nityanandera Pradhan Sabare Haila Sarva Shakti Adishtan Sarvagyata Vaksiddhi Haila Savar Savi Hailena Jena Kandarpa Akar. All the principal associates of Nityananda were fully empowered. They became omniscient, and whatever they spoke came true. Their features resembled those of Cupid, Kandarpa Akara. They became filled with various potencies and began to display many wonderful feats. They were omniscient, which is rare among human beings. Their words came true and their bodies manifest beautiful features. Sabeyare parasha karina hastadiya seihaya vivala sakala pasariya. Anyone who was touched by the hands of the associates of Lord Nityananda forgot everything and became overwhelmed with ecstasy. So this is the parampara of Nityananda. The preachers of Krishna consciousness are following in the footsteps of Nityananda Swarup. And they're touching people, touching hearts, touching minds with Krishna consciousness. And as a result, people forget everything. Vivala Sakala Pasariya. Become bewildered and forget everything, all the meaningless, useless pursuits they were absorbed in by the touch of devotion, by the touch of a devotee. It can mean literally by the touch of their hands, or by the touch of their influence, their mercy, their teachings, their instruction, their example. So we forget everything and we become overwhelmed. We forget everything and we receive everything. We forget everything useless and meaningless and we receive everything valuable. This is a result of the touch of Krishna consciousness. All of our useless friends and engagements and meaningless thoughts and ambitions become dissolved with the light of bhakti, and the rays of love illuminate the true purpose of life, and then we become joyful in the pursuit of that goal of life. The pursuit itself is joyful, what to speak of the goal we're trying to attain. If the pursuit is so joyful, imagine how much joy is attained when one meets the goal. Like, just imagine if someone is walking to see their beloved and they're feeling ecstatic bliss just by walking. Usually that's only anticipation. There's no actual experience until you meet the beloved and associate intimately with the beloved in close contact. But the solo journey to the beloved is a rather painful one sometimes, and maybe fraught with hesitation, anticipation, anxiety. But the journey to our beloved, Krishna, is not filled with frustration, anxiety, or anticipation and curiosity. It's filled with joy. Kevala Ananda Kanda, Paramakaruna. It's called in Nitai Gaur, they came to give a process which is Kevala Ananda Kanda. It's Ananda Kanda. The practice of devotion is only blissful, only joyful. We're pursuing the Satchidananda Swarup of Krishna, Krishna's sweetness we're pursuing. And just the journey home, as they say, just the journey to Krishna is so reward-filling and so satisfying. The journey itself removes anxiety. The journey itself removes all unhappiness. This is the speciality of Krishna Bhakti. It's transcendental from the beginning to the end. It gives results at every step, at every moment. It's not like Christians have this concept, pie in the sky. You suffer now, Jesus suffered on the cross, so you suffer and toil and trouble. At the end you get a big piece of pie. You go to the heavenly planets, or go dance with Jesus in the apple orchard, or go meet Adam and Eve in the apple orchard. And eat apples till the end of time. So this is something different. Hey rupe pani hatti grame tina mas, Nityananda Prabhu kari bhakti vilas. Nityananda Prabhu relished bhakti for 3 months in the village of Panihati. Bhakti Vilas. Apparently, Nityananda was not in any hurry to hit the malls, as they say, or hit the streets, or hit something, to go out on Sankirtan. I mean, to liberate the fallen souls. And you see the time periods in the old days, they had a lot of time on their hands. They weren't so rushed. He cruised in, he landed in Raghuva Pandit's house and camped out for 3 months. Now, if that happened nowadays in anybody's house, some Avadut sadhu came with 6 other sannyasis and said, I'm staying for 3 months. You have to feed 7 people, and they eat a lot also because they dance so much. And then you'll go crazy. And they uproot all your trees in your garden, and it's kind of, they create a big mess in the backyard. They uproot them and don't put them back. They just throw them somewhere. You have this pile of dead trees lying around everywhere. So this is, they had plenty of time, and they were enjoying association Nitai Bhakti Vilas. Teen mas karo bhaya nahika sharire, deya dharma tilar deko kari nahispure. For 3 months, Nitai and all of his associates, they didn't manifest external consciousness. They did not feel even the slightest urge of the body. So apparently all the urgings or pushings of the body, they did not manifest. Apparently they didn't have to sleep unless they chose to as part of their vilas, or eat unless it was part of their vilas. They weren't forced to eat or forced to sleep or forced to drink. There's no urgings of force, not a choice. So that's quite an amazing experience. I mean, you hear about it in the material world, people take some drugs or intoxication and they lose external consciousness for so many hours or days sometimes. 2 or 3 days sometimes people can be affected. But 3 months, be out of your external consciousness, that's something extraordinary. Now we'll hear how they Vacho Vegam, Manasakrota Vegam, Jiva Vedam, Rupasa Vegam. So these pushings, or these urges, Vegams or urgings, pushings there, we can't but submit to them. But you'll find out that one contests Nityananda Shakti and dances to the tune of Nam Sankirtan and associates with advanced devotees and relishes Gopika Prem in the mood of Braj, then he can become transcendental to everything, even eating. Tina Masakaya Nai Karila Ahar Sabe Prema Suke Nritya Bhai Nayar. None of the devotees with Nityananda ate anything for 3 months. They didn't do anything but dance in the happiness of ecstatic love. Now you really like to dance. If you dance, people usually like to eat more than dance. Dancing is when you eat too much. You have to dance around to digest. Or you feel good, you want to dance. But they were performing and expending all kinds of energy without taking anything tangible, external material into their bodies. What a purely devotional display of ecstatic joy and bliss and bhakti. 3 months they didn't eat anything, so that I guess they didn't want to burden Damayanti and Raghuva Pandit, although they're good cooks, but they were really good, ideal guests. They stayed for 3 months and never ate anything. Very easy guest to take care of. Panihati grame jata, haila prema sukha, chari vede varni beka, se sava kotuka. The happiness of ecstatic love that manifests in the village of Panihati will be described in the 4 Vedas, Chari Ved. So I guess in the future that more Vyas will come and write some more Vedas to describe Nitai's Bhakti Vilas Leela. Bhakti Vilas Leela and Panihati. Eko Dande Nityananda Karilena Jata Tahavani Bhara Shakti Achi Karakata. Who has the ability to describe Nitai's pastimes that he performed in a half an hour? Shane Shane Appane Karena Nritya Ranga Chaturdike Laisava Parishada Sangha. Nityananda passed every moment dancing in ecstasy in the midst of his associates. Kakanava Pane Vasya Virasan Nachayena Sakala Bhakta Jane Jane. Sometimes Nitai sat in a Virasan posture, and he would have the devotees dance one after another before him. The devotees are dancing for the pleasure of the Lord. Eka seva kere nritya hena rangahai chaturdike deki yena prema vanya mai. The dancing of each devotee in that party of Nityananda Ram was so sublime that the four directions became filled with a flood of ecstatic love. So this shows there's a lot of individuality in dancing. Every devotee danced. Each devotee danced in his own expressive and beautiful devotional way. And everyone became filled with ecstatic love. Mahajhade pore jena karalakavan he mata prema suke pore savarjan. In the happiness of ecstatic love, everyone would fall to the ground like banana trees cut down in a great storm. Apane je kahe Mahaprabhu Nityananda se mata karilena sarva bhakta vrinda. The devotees did whatever Lord Nityananda asked them to do. Niravadi Sri Krishna Chaitanya Sankirtan Karajena Karena Laya Bhaktagan. Nitai induced everyone to chant constantly, perform Sankirtan as inaugurated by Sri Krishna Chaitanya. Nityananda always engaged the devotees in Harinam Sankirtan. Through the songs he would sing, he would reveal that Gaurasundar was not different from Brajendra Nandan. So apparently in this Sankirtan, when Nityananda was also chanting, he would chant prayers and stavas and different songs that would describe the non-difference of Lord Gauranga and Lord Krishna, Brajendra Nandan, Sachi Sutta. Brajendra Nandan Ajay Sachi Sutta Hoila say something. And Brajendra Nandan of Vrindavan, that son of Nanda Maharaj, Sri Krishna, is none other than Krishna Chaitanya of Navadvip. Hena se lagila prema prakasha karite sei hai bivala jai se dekite. Nitai manifests such ecstatic love that anyone who came to watch became overwhelmed. So it goes on. There's more pastimes in Nityananda and his ecstasies at Panihati. So we'll continue there tomorrow. Nityananda Rama ki jai, Panihati Dhamma ki jai. Nityananda is enacting his blissful Leela in Panihati Dham, West Bengal. And the story is going on. He's engaged in Abhishek Leela and Kirtan Leela and Bhojan Leela. And in the mystical experiences of making kadamba flowers appear on lime trees and making Lord Gauranga come all the way from Puri to watch the devotees dance. And now Vrindavan Das Thakur explains more of the wonderful things that he did. Ye sevaka jakane je ichakariman seyasi upasana hayatatakshan. Whenever any servant of Nityananda desired something, he would immediately receive it. He mata parananda prema sukha rase Shanahina Kehava Kehana Janila Tina Mase. In this way, all the followers of Nitai were so absorbed in the mellows of ecstatic love, Prema Sukharas, that those 3 months that they stayed in Panihati seemed like only a moment. Parananda Prema Sukharas. That's like the gopis, Yigayita Nameshena. This is a symptom of Mahabhav. The gopis, the Braja gopis, Mahabhav, that when they're with Krishna, and then, although in the Maharas dance, Krishna extended the night to be the night of Lord Brahma, millions and millions of years, the gopis felt that it passed in just a moment. Time flies when you're having fun. So the gopis were having fun dancing with Krishna in Maharas, and it lasted for millions of years, so time really flew by. But they felt that millions of years went by in a moment. It flew so fast. But when they're separated from Krishna, every moment of separation drags on for a million years. Yigayitam nameshena chakshusha pravishayitam. Now they're in association with Nitai, is Nityaparishad. Some of them, of course, are gopis and some are gopas. And Sakya or Madhurya Ras, they're all mixed together here. His 6 followers, and Damayanti and Raghava Pandit. But the Damayanti, I believe, is Champakalata, if I'm not mistaken, from the identity Gaur Leela. Damayanti, the great cook, is Champakalata, Radharani Sastasaki. Of course, sometimes they identify some other, one of these, someone else is Champakalata, one of those devotee, another devotee, can't remember just now. But the idea is they're experiencing that intense love that 3 months went by in a moment. Tabe Nityananda Prabhu Varakatakine Alankara Parite Haila Ichamane. After some days, Nityananda wanted to enact another Leela. Alankar, Icha. He desired to decorate himself with ornaments. Now this is interesting because he's avadut, he's traveling sannyasi, Niskinshan sadhu, has no desires to have or hold anything of this world, has no material ambitions or any material possessions. He's Niskinshan. But this Leela, it sounds like he's an attached materialist. Well, let's see. Is he a Niskinshan Avadut Sadhu, the Supreme Lord Nityananda, or is he an attached materialist? Icha matra sarva alankara sekshane upasana asya haila vidyamane. As soon as that desire awoke in the heart of Nityananda to adorn himself with varieties of ornaments, all those ornaments suddenly appeared there in Panihati. That's the Icha Shakti of the Lord in action. The desire potency, the willpower. By my will it shall be done. The Lord's will. By thy will that shall be done. Instantaneously. That's why it says suddenly. It says Icha matra sarvalankara ksek shane. Shane. Matra sarvalankara. All varieties. Icha matra. Just a momentary desire. Icha matra. A fleeting desire produced results in a moment. Sek shane. A passing desire, fleeting desire of Nitai produced immediate results. No time or space considerations or limitations. We have so many desires, but to fulfill even one of our desires, we have to spend so much time and move through so much space and condense or expand our space in such a way that brings us to the fruition of our Icha, our desire. But the Lord's will and His action, His Kriya, His Icha and His Kriya, He has Icha Shakti and Kriya Shakti. They're acting automatically. That's why it says that when a devotee's desire is one with the desire of the Lord, then things happen very fast. Very, very fast. If the devotee desires to build a temple, and the Lord also desires to build a temple, that temple comes up very fast. very fast, almost lightning fast, inconceivably fast. So this is because behind the devotee is the power of God. Desire of the devotee is backed by the desire of God. If the devotee is pure, his desire is in line with the pure desires of the Lord. So here, Nityananda simply desired to decorate himself, and instantly the ornaments were provided. Suvarna Rajata Marakata Marohar Nanaviru Bahumulya Kateka Prastar Mani Suprabala Patavasa Muktahar Sukriti Sakalidiya Kare Namaskar. All kinds of religious and pious people came to fulfill the desire of Nityananda. First they approached the Lord and offered their obeisances at his feet. Then he gave him and offered him very beautiful, attractive ornaments of gold and silver and diamonds, emeralds, corals, fine silk and pearl necklaces. Now this sounds exactly what a Niskinchan Avadut should wear. Katava nirmita kata karya nirman parilena alankara yena ichatan. Nitai decorated himself with all those costly ornaments that had already been made, and others that were made according to his own desire. So they offered previously designed and produced ornaments and rings and necklaces, etc. And then Nityananda expressed a desire for specific designs and shapes of ornaments to be decorated, be worn on his body. Dui haste suvarnera angara balaya pushtakari parilena atma ichamaya. According to Nitai's desire, he decorated his two wrists with arms with gold bracelets and armlets. So he's decking out, as they say. Sivarna mudrika ratne karya kichan dasha shriyangule shobha kare vibhushan. Nitai decorated his 10 fingers with gold rings studded with jewels. So I guess he really, that's, his wrists are full of gold bangles and armlets, gold armlets, and his 10 fingers are wearing valuable diamond rings and emerald rings. Kanta Shobha Kare Bahu Vida Divyahar Mani Mukta Prabaladi Jata Sarvasar. Nitai decorated his neck with varieties of fine necklaces of diamonds, pearls, and corals. Rudraksha Vidalaksha Dui Suvarna Rajate Bandya Parilakante Maheshwara Priti. For the pleasure of Lord Shiva, Maheshwara, Nitai wore a gold and silver necklace set with Rudraksha and cat's eye gems. Lord Shiva is a devotee of Sankarshan. So, in one sense, Lord Shiva is a devotee of Nitai, because Nityananda expands himself as the Purusha avatars. He becomes in a Chaturvyuha. Nitai Balaram expands and appears in the Chaturvyuha of Krishna as Sankarshan. And Krishna expands and appears there as Pradyumna, Aniruddha, and also as Vasudeva. So these are the 4 Bhagavat members of the Chaturvyuha expansion of Krishna. So Balaram expands as Sankarshan, then Sankarshan expands as Anantashesh, and the Purusha avatars, and Lord Shiva expands also from Sankarshan. So his devotee, Lord Shiva, he's pleasing his devotee, Maheshwara Priti. So he has all kinds of gold necklaces and diamond rings and coral necklaces and Rudraksha beads. And he wore a gold and silver necklace set with Rudraksha and cat's eye gems. So that's, sometimes you see people, they wear Rudraksha, but it's like hi-fi style. Not just strung on some string, it's between each Rudraksha bead is a gold bead, or in this case, Gomade. It's called Gomade. Means cat's eye means Gomade. And then, so it was a gold and silver necklace. Mukta Kasa Suvarna Karya Surachan Dui Shutte Mule Shobe Parama Shoban. Nitai's 2 ears were beautified with gold earrings studded with pearls. Not bad. Parapadne Rajata Nupura Shushoban Tarupari Mala Shobe Jagat Mohan. Nitai's lotus feet were adorned with silver ankle bells that made with an enchanting band of silver above them. It sounds like Rajasthanis. There were these silver bands on their ankles, above their ankle bells. Shukla Pata Nila Pita Bahuvida Vas Apurva Shobaye Pari Dan Nera Vilas. Nitai dressed in varieties of white, blue, and yellow silk cloth. In this way, he looked wonderfully attractive. Well, that's nice. He wrapped himself with the objects of his affection. He wrapped himself with Nila Pata, Shukla Pata, Nila Pata, Pita Pata. Pata means cloth. Vas, so the Shukla Paksha represents Balaram, white cloth. And the Nila Pata represents Sham Sundar. And the Pita means yellow. The yellow cloth represents Radharani. So he was surrounded by Balaram, Krishna Balaram and Radharani, in one sense, represented by those colors. And he looked very attractive. Bilas. Apurva Shobha. Malati Malika Juti Champakera Mala Shri Vakshe Karaya Shobha Andolana Kela. Flower garlands of Malati, Malika, Juti, and Champak swung to and fro on his attractive chest. It's really looking too amazing, huh? Gorochana Sahita Chandan Divya Gande, Vichitra Karya Lepi Jat Chena Shriyange. Nitai smeared his body with fragrant sandalwood paste mixed with Gorochan. That gives it a yellow color, yellow greenish color. Shri Mastake Shobita Vivida Patavas Tarupare Nana Varna Malyara Vilas. Nitai's head was decorated with various varieties of silk cloth with varieties of flower garlands on top. So he's really, because he has long hair, top knot. So he has all kinds of cloth tied here and there and flower garlands on his top knot. Prasanna Shri Mukha Koti Shashadhara Jini Hasya Karena Niravari Haridwani. Nitai's pleasing face defeated the beauty of millions of moons. He smiled as he constantly chanted the name of Hari. Haridwani. Hasya Karena. He was laughing and smiling. Deity Chahina Dui Kamalanayan Sedike Preme Varshe Base Sarvajane. In whatever direction Nitai glanced with his lotus eyes, there was a shower of ecstatic love that inundated everyone. Rajatera Praya Loha Danda Sushoban Duidike Karitati Suvarnat Bandan Niravari Se Loha Danda Shobe Kare Mushala Dari Ladena Prabhu Haladare. As we could assume, Nitai was, although he's Avadut in Gaur Lila and totally detached, Niskinchan, in this mood, he was in this particular bhav. Now the cat's out of the bag, so to speak. We could assume that already because he was expressing a desire to wear all kinds of opulent ornaments and all kinds of Aishvarya to cover his sweet Avadut form with lots of opulent rings and necklaces and gold and diamonds and emeralds, pearls, sandalwood paste, and silk cloth and garlands. Now in this verse we understand that he's actually in the mood of Balaram, the son of Vasudeva. He's the son of a king, Balaram is the son of Vasudeva, so kings are wealthy. So he makes sure his prince is decked out. Vasudeva makes sure that Balaram has lots of ornaments and costly things to wear. And moreover, he's now living as the adopted son of Yashoda and Brajaraj Nanda, the king of Braj, and he was also very wealthy. So the translation is, just as Lord Haladar held a club, that's Balaram, a mushala, Nityananda always held in his hand a beautiful iron rod that looked as if it were silver and that was bound on two sides with gold. So this is the interesting danda that Nitai was carrying. He wasn't carrying a tree danda like a sannyasi, but he was carrying a loha danda, mushal darlila. As Balaram carried his mushala, Nitai carried his iron danda, because after all it is the Iron Age. And it says that it says in one bhajan, it says Nitai with his danda, he drives Kali away. He beats away Kali and drives away Kali like you drive away a dog with a cane on the street. So it looks as if it were silver and is bound on two sides with gold. Taking the indication from Nitai, then his associates followed suit. Parishara Sabadari Lena Alankar, Angara Balaya Mala, Nupura Suhar, Shinga Vetra Vamshi Chanda Dari Gunjamala, Sabidari Lena Gopalera Amshakala. Sure enough, Nitai was in Balaram Bhav, and he inspired all of his associates to enter Gopa Bhav, into Sakya Bhav. And how do they respond? They also decorated themselves with various ornaments like bracelets, bangles, leg bands, ankle bells, beautiful necklaces, buffalo horns, sticks, flutes, ropes, and garlands of gunja, small red and black seeds, for they were all expansions of the coward boys of Braj. Gopis here, little coward boys. At least it's a traveling party of 6. Gadadhar Das, Raghunath Vaidya, and Krishna Das. They were all mentioned the other day. They're all with him. They're all coward boys. Dwadasa Gopal. So now Balaram wants to be in he wants to be in Gopa Bhav, he wants to be in Balya Bhav. Oftentimes, Nityananda wants to be in Balaram Bhav, Balya Bhav, like a carefree Gopa. Hey Mata Nityananda Swanubhava Range Viharena Sakala Parsharakari Sange Tabe Prabhu Sarva Parishara Gana Meli Bhakti Grihe Kari Paryatana Keli Janavira Duikule Jata Chigram Sarvatra Brahmena Nityananda Jyotirdham Darashana Matra Sarva Jiva Mugdahai Nama Tattva Dui Nityananda Rasamai Pashandi Odeki Le Matra Kare Stuti Sarvaswa Dibade Se Shane Hayamati. Nityananda enjoyed his ecstatic mood of a coward boy of Braj as he sported in the company of his associates. Sakala Vihar, Parishada Sange. Nitai took his associates to the houses of various devotees in Panihati Gram. That effulgent Nityananda visited each of the villages on both banks of the Ganga. So he wanted everyone to be immersed in Vrindavan, Brajabhav, by presenting him with a feast for their eyes, because as soon as anyone would see Nitai in his royal regalia of gems and cloth tie here and there like a Dhira Nayak hero, so fancy and so colorful and so skillful in dressing, that everyone, Nitai appeared like an actor on a dancing stage. This is the analogy that's used when Krishna entered the Rasa Mandal. It appeared like an actor, a highly decorated actor entering a dancing actor entering a stage. So when he visited house to all his devotees, immediately he himself became an Udipan for Leela Smaran. Everyone became immersed in Brajabhav and remembering Krishna and Balaram and Vrindavan with all the coward voice. All the entities became astonished when they saw Nitai. That most blissful Nityananda, who is he? What is he? What does he represent? He is the combined form of the holy name and the form of the Supreme Lord. That's very interesting. Nam Tattvadui, Nityananda Rasamai. So Nityananda represents two tattvas, Nam and Rasamai. And Sarva Jiva Mugdahai, everyone saw him, they became bewildered and overwhelmed seeing this wonderful feature of Nitai as Balaram. Nityananda is the combined form of the holy name and the form of the Supreme Lord. Nan Tattvadui. He's a name and that which is named. Rasamai, he's absorbed in Ras. The fools that saw Nitai they saw him covered with all these opulent ornaments. Those foolish people, they thought that he was absorbed in a mood of wealth and opulence. They didn't understand that he was in a transcendental mood of Braj. Nityananda Prabhu is directly Swayam Prakash Tattva, the holy name of the Lord and the Lord himself combined together and manifest as Swayam Prakash Nityananda, the reservoir of transcendental happiness. Sri Nityananda Prabhu and the name Sri Nityananda are most relishable transcendental objects. This was revealed to the living entities by the mercy of Sri Nityananda. Nityananda Gauranga, 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 Nityananda Gauranga. Even the atheists who saw Nitai offered him respects and considered offering everything to him. It says actually, Pashandi Odeki Machakari Stuti. Hayamati, they didn't offer respects, they offered stutis. Stutis and stotrams means they started offering prayers. It's one thing to offer respects, fold your hands like a Japanese guy meeting another Jap, and fold it, hello sir, and fold, gently bow from the waist about 5 degrees to show your respect to a senior Japanese person. Sayonara, or whatever they say. So they started offering prayers and stutis. And they started mati, they started thinking, for a moment they thought, it says, Sek Shane Haya Mati. For one moment they thought, mati, they thought, Sarvasa Dibadi. Actually, instead of just offering stutis, these are pashandis, these are non-believers, atheists. When they saw Nitai, then they immediately offered stutis, some prayers, and for a moment, Sekshane, for a moment they thought, actually, forget about only offering prayers, we should offer everything to Nitai. So we have to consider, are we in that category of pashandis? We sit down and chant Nityananda Ashtakam. And then we finish that chanting and we go about doing our enjoyment program. But are we offering a stuti, then considering offering everything to Nityananda? Because if one reads the stuti, Nityananda Ashtakam, and meditates on the deep meanings of the different prayers of that stuti, then he can't but come to the conclusion that I must offer everything to Nityananda. I will offer everything to Nityananda. Then you do offer everything to Nityananda. Mantan, Dan, Nitai Samarpan. And that means you become absorbed in Sankirtan, absorbed in Harinam, and absorbed in Prachar and preaching, and absorbed in relishing the Bhagavad Ras of the 10th canto, the Ras, the Bhagavat, and the Ras Leelas of the Vrindavan. This means offering everything to Nitai. And his Leela rolls on and on. It doesn't end. Nityananda Sarupera Sharira Madhur Sabare Kripa Dristi Karena Prachur Kibo Jane Ki Shayane Kiba Paryatane Shaneka Najaya Vyarta Sankirtana Bine Jekane Karena Nritya Krishna Sankirtan Tataya Vivalahai Katak Katak Janna Grihastera Shishukon Kichui na jane, Tahara om maha maha, brikshadari tane. Here they go again, pulling up those trees. Nityananda's form was most enchanting, sweet, maduram, maduram, maduram. Nityananda Swarup madura, madura, madura. Sharira madura. Sharira madura, madura, madura. Very sweet, very enchanting. He glanced mercifully on everyone. Kripa Dristi, Prachur, Sabat.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama
Aja Bhakata Vatsala Shri Gora Hari Aja Bhakata Vatsala Shri Gora Hari Shri Gora Hari Sohi Goshta Bihari Shri Gora Hari Sohi Goshta Bihari Yashomati Chita Hari Nanda Yashomati Chita Hari Hello Damodara Aisha Ekana Hello Damodara Aisha
Krishna Kore na bhojana
Bhojanante piye Krishna subhasita bari Bhojanante piye Krishna subhasita bari Sabe mukha prakalay hoye sari sari Sabe mukha prakalay hoye sari sari Hasta mukha prakaliya jata sakha gane Hasta mukha prakaliya jata sakha gane Anand vishrama kore bala devasane Anand vishrama kore bala devasane Jambula rasala ane tambula masala Jambula rasala ane tambula masala Dhake Krishna Chandra sukhe nidra gela Dhake Krishna Chandra sukhe nidra gela Vishalaka shiki puja chamara dulaya Vishalaka shiki puja chamara dulaya Apurva chayane Krishna sukhe nidra jaya Apurva chayane Krishna sukhe nidra jaya Yashomati akya peye dhanishto anito Yashomati akya peye dhanishto anito Shri Krishna prasada radha kunje hoyo prito Shri Krishna prasada radha kunje hoyo prito Lalitari sakhi gana avashesha paya Lalitari sakhi gana avashesha paya Mane mane sukhe radha Krishna guna gaya Mane mane sukhe radha Krishna guna gaya Hari lila ekmatra jara pramada Hari lila ekmatra jara pramada Bhakti Dhira Thakur Bhakti Vinoda Bhakti Dhira Bhakti Vinoda Vaja Bhakta Vatsala Shri Gura Hari Vaja Bhakta Vatsala Shri Gura Hari Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Ram Ram Krishna